Narzekando, narzekando. What's up? I think it's working. Let's check the audio on Twitch as usual. Check the audio. It works. And how is it on YouTube? Okay, give me a sec. It works. And how it okay, YouTube works as well. Okay, so what's up, guys? What a lovely, almost lovely Sunday morning in Warsaw. It's kind of snowing a little bit in my parts, but the snow doesn't stay on because it's too hot. So yeah, there's that. Hi, my name is Adorolza. I'm doing streams about game development. I work as a senior gameplay programmer, but these streams are dedicated to learning stuff that I don't do at my day job. So tech art stuff, design stuff, art stuff in general. Sometimes I delve into the code of the new plugins for Unreal. But yeah, it's dedicated to learning what I don't know, all the missing, how do you call that? Missing links, blind spots, yeah, something like that. I have like a regular series connected to game design when I'm learning and prototyping stuff, learning basics of game design about primary action. And on the last stream I was trying to delve a little bit deeper into RVT. I wanted to set up RVT, use it with PCG, follow a simple minute and 30-second tutorial about how to draw on your landscape material. And it was funny because I lost almost 3 hours on that stuff and it didn't work out at all. So it must have been a pain to watch. Me fighting against stuff. I was missing something. I managed to get some time. I've managed to get some time trying to debug offline what the hell was going on. And I've managed to find out what I did wrong, what was missing from the tutorial, the one key step, and I've managed to find even a simpler way to do what I wanted to do. And that's kind of a part of the thing that I'm trying to do here. I really don't, when I'm attempting a new topic that I don't know about, like was with RVT, real-time virtual, runtime virtual texture, not a real-time, although it doesn't matter really, but runtime virtual texture. I always sit down to things without previous preparation because I want to put myself in the same shoes as everyone else. I kinda don't like when there's a tutorial and someone obviously prepared the perfect way how to set up things, but then a new engine version comes up or they omitted a couple of things that they might think is obvious when it is not obvious for someone who first time sits down to the topic. I'm talking about me and lots of other people. I had this situation when I was following either the Epic's documentation or some tutorial and things weren't working like that, and I had to on stream figure out on my own how to overcome that. But last stream it was the first time when, like in shonen anime, in Dragon Ball or Naruto, Goku, Vegeta, Naruto or Sasuke gets their ass kicked through the whole episode, and the episode doesn't end well with heroes overcoming their problems. Not really. And that was the end of last stream. I was stumped, I didn't know what to do. And I promised, okay, I will dedicate some time offline so this stream we wouldn't waste like 3 hours or 4. And that's how much time it took me to find out what was missing from my thing. And I will start with that. But maybe before I actually start with that, a quick reminder of what I was actually trying to achieve with RVT and PCG. A little quick reminder, I will use Paint for that. Here's Paint. Is my trusty tablet working? It is. Okay. So, I have a scene. This is a world from a top-down perspective. Here's the x-axis, here's the y-axis. I treat the y-axis equals 0 as an equator. Then I calculate a temperature based on the distance from the equator. And I establish that the bounds of my PCG volume are North Pole and South Pole. Also, on my scene, I have like mountains here, valleys here, highlands here, etc., etc. So I have two information. I have temperature in a given position, and I also have height. I have those two things, and depending on those two things, I am spawning different biomes. So I have a desert looking thingy in the middle of equator. I have tropical forest. I have desert, highlands and mountains. I have moderate climate in plains, highlands and mountain variation, and of course I have subpolar / polar biome. And the best part about that is I'm really just setting up, okay, which graph is being used for which temperature biome and for which height type. Are we talking about plains or valleys? Are we talking about highlands, or are we talking about actual mountains? And I'm spawning stuff, right? So I have some desert. Thank you. That's not what I wanted. I have some desert in the middle, some rainforest, right? And then I have some moderate greenery, and of course I have, thank you, I didn't work out, I have subpolar and polar stuff, right? And that's all cool and dandy. Mesh is spawned correctly, etc. But there was one thing missing, and it was that the ground, the landscape material, wasn't really reflecting that stuff. So I was thinking, that's maybe what I will use RVT for, real-time virtual texture. Virtual texture, right? Because from what I understood is this type of texture that in the runtime of a game or the runtime of the editor, I can write information into, and I could sample this texture in the runtime from. I found a tutorial that was like 1 minute and 30 seconds how to draw on landscape. And the workflow proposed there was that, hey, let me make a little bit more space in here. Thank you. Hey, you have like a cube. This cube constantly draws into RVT texture while you're moving it, right? Then you draw sorry, then you are sampling from this texture in another material, and you are writing into render target texture, and then this texture is put into the material landscape. So the effect should be that you are constantly drawing into the landscape, right? So if you are moving your cube here, you'll be constantly drawing on actual landscape, right? It was 1 minute 30 seconds. It was supposed to work out. It wasn't working out at all. And I found a couple of reasons offline. When I went offline during the week, I was thinking that the problem might be so big that I have to ask some of my tech art friends to help me with this stuff. But thankfully, it turns out, no. 3 mistakes I made is because I'm a Dumbo, and one mistake was, I mean, it wasn't a mistake, it was more of an omission in the tutorial. That I have to be like, okay, of course. I should have known about this, but I didn't, so let me share with you what was wrong. That's not what should be happening. That is what should be happening. Let me quickly clean up my space in here. Yeah, so let me maybe pass the link into here. Can I get into history in here? Yes, I can. Where is... Okay, I need to research. Search again. No, that's not what I... Oh my god. Give me a sec, I will find the link and I will paste it. Yes.
Cube.
So, I was following this tutorial. And the guy, we can watch it together. And I will tell you where I made a mistake. And what was...
To your character.
What was the assumption that was missing in here? Like I said, the guy first creates a material where he creates some simple radiant gradient and he writes into runtime virtual texture. Then the guy creates render target and the runtime virtual texture, sets up sizes stuff for that, creates runtime virtual texture volume, that is important step, creates a BP blueprint out of runtime virtual texture volume. And here's the kicker, in 5.4 it will crash. It will just crash, it will straight up not work. I went to try this tutorial on 5.4 thinking, hey, maybe it's not working for me on 5.5 because there's a bug in the 5.5, right? But I was not able to finish this tutorial in 5.4 offline after last stream because there was a crash. So you cannot do this in 5.4. Or at least the stock version from the Epic Games Store. In 5.5 you can make it work, or possibly version previous than 5.3. He's setting up the bounds for the volume and he's setting up which virtual texture, runtime virtual texture is being used, right? That was okay, I still haven't made mistake. He's assigning some material to brush, he makes the brush constantly draw into the runtime virtual texture. Then he creates a material that will sample runtime virtual texture and put that into opacity. And here is when I made a mistake. I want to emphasize that so you won't make the same mistake. Here he samples runtime virtual texture, right? And I just let me maybe yes. What I was really doing I just typed in runtime virtual texture sample, okay, and I hooked that up. And that's an error because this is a node that doesn't work as a parameter, and it doesn't constantly sample it on the runtime, right? So even if you are writing into runtime virtual texture with something else, this node will only sample it not in a runtime way. So that was the first mistake. You have to use runtime, type in runtime virtual texture sample parameter, because then it treats the runtime virtual texture as a parameter, this whole node, and it constantly runs in the background, constantly, whenever, at least that's how I understand it, evaluates the runtime virtual texture and samples from it, right? That was the first thing. Also, it won't hurt if you hook up landscape coordinates here, but it will run even without that. Let's get back to the tutorial. That was my first mistake. So let me maybe write it down so you can make a so we can make a nice texture. Errors that has been made, errors and omissions by me. How do you spell this? I think that's right. So node, that is being called runtime virtual texture sample parameter. Runtime virtual texture, and I cannot emphasize this enough. I forgot how to write. Sample parameter. Thank you, that's not what I wanted. I cannot emphasize this enough. You need to use it as a parameter, otherwise it won't work. Because it won't be, at least that's how I understand it, it's not constantly sampling it. It's just like, yeah, I will sample it one time and not evaluate it further. That's it, right? When you are using this version, whatever happens on the runtime virtual texture, new information gets popped in, this will sample it. And what made me have an error? The color of this node is this, and in the 5.5 it is a little bit different. Here, this color is exactly the same as this one in the tutorial, so that's why I made this error. And I omitted the fact that it was a parameter. And the guy even said it, and it still didn't register with me because, just like many people out there, I'm a visual guy. Color information is probably more important to me than the word information, so I made an error. And you can make the same error too. So that was the first freaking thing that I did wrong. Then he hooked up the runtime virtual texture and here to be sampled, right? Okay. Then he's then he's hooking up using render target texture into landscape material. Nothing wrong there. Here is where I made a second error. Here is setting up the logic here, where he constantly updates render target with the material, with this material that samples RVT, right? And I didn't set up this logic properly. Not because I made an error in the blueprints, because no, I didn't make the error here. It would be funny if I made an error here, but no. The problem is I set up this logic in my brush actor at the beginning instead of my blueprint runtime virtual texture volume. That's where it was supposed to turn on, not here. So that was my second mistake. Let me write it down. I like talking about my mistakes online. Render target update in wrong blueprint. That was my second mistake. See how many mistakes you can make in minute and 30-second tutorial if you're following? So many mistakes, right? And still it wasn't working for me. So what was the third mistake? Or this time, I'm not sure if it was a mistake on my end or he omitted it, but it looked like it was working for him, right? Out of the box. Well, I quickly realized, and I can, I think, demonstrate it. Yeah, I was sampling my runtime texture here, but what was needed, I realized quickly that the UVs of my material, they weren't stretched out for the whole landscape by default. They were stretched out to a singular component of landscape. So to demonstrate, if I select this, it was really being written into parts of that landscape proxy. If you can see, there are 4 components in here, right? And it was drawing into one singular component. So what you have to do, you need to fix up the UVs. Okay, so I put in landscape coordinates, put in the texture sample. Okay, is it working? Still not working. UVs are completely messed up. So I was thinking, okay, but I see that is a stretching problem, or should I say tiling problem. Right now I need to scale my UV coordinates. So you need to basically take the overall resolution of your landscape, take your landscape coordinate, divide them by the world scale, and bang. World scale is my own parameter. There's no such thing as world scale by default. You put this as UVs, then you put it into your base color, and that's where it started drawing for me like it did here. But the problem, the next problem that I realized, which I will say in a second, UV tiling. And that is an omission on the tutorial. No word has been said about landscape coordinate, landscape UV coordinate, scale, needs to be scaled to what? To our overall resolution. And here is the kicker that I'm not sure yet how to do. If you want to create the material that will always automatically scale to the overall resolution, this might be problematic. I'm not sure how to do this. I'm not sure if it can be attempted. For the sake of this example, I will be working with just hand setup, right? In all reality, if you change it into material parameter, you can just create material instances per level, right? It's not a perfect workflow, but that's how I found it out to be working, right? But there was another problem that I faced with my overall goal of using the RVT to create splashes of desert texture on landscape, where the actual temperature and height dictates that that's what should be there, right? Is that you need to constantly play an editor because all this render target evaluation is being done in game time. But I want to work in the editor time, right? So I decided, well, okay, I did fix things working for the tutorial, but let's not use render target anymore. Let's just use RVT, just RVT. And I've managed to work that out. Right now, my workflow is way simpler. My cube is writing to RVT, and my landscape is just taking information from RVT, and that's it. No render target in the middle. I don't need to have, kind of like the guy in the tutorial, the history of what I draw. No, I need it in the runtime because I will be using PCG to kind of paint on the landscape, and once it's painted there, and I don't need to have a history. If I move one tree or if I move biome by hand, I don't want to like draw with my biome, because maybe in the place where I had desert, I want to have something else in a second, and I don't want this render target to remember this, and I also want to do it outside of editor time. So that's what I figured out. And let me show you how I set that up. And I'll do a cleanup right now, so you'll be able to see how it works exactly. Right now, I have this cube, and whenever I move it, you can see my little green dot, or big green dot, is moving along with it. There's no history, so I'm not really drawing on the landscape, but that's okay. I don't need drawing on the landscape. I need it in the runtime, right? Because I might be changing the seeds of my generation just to see which seed is the prettiest, right, for the photo or for something. And that way I don't have to deal with like constantly pressing play, stop, play, stop. No, I can just do it in the editor runtime and everything works perfectly. Now, to show you how I did it, here's my landscape material. And right now what it does, it just takes my RVT. I'm doing some colorization here and just puts it into base color. That's kind of it. And how I write into RVT? Kind of like that. I'm just taking this radial gradient exponential, putting it into runtime virtual texture output. That material is being put on the cube, kind of like in the tutorial, right? First of all, the material is being set up here, brush spot, and here is where I set up my RVT, so it knows in which RVT texture it's supposed to draw, and never render in main path. So if I click away, I don't have this cube visible. Only when I actually press on it, it will show up, right? And this is super easy setup. And of course, you need to have blueprint runtime volume. That's something that you need to have, or just runtime volume, I guess. Yeah, I don't use render target anymore. I'm just really doing that. That's kind of it. That is really kind of it. I'm just taking this runtime virtual texture, coloring. It's done. I even let me because right now I'm missing one key information about the scaling, because right now it works for me without the scaling. From what I see, but yeah. Material landscape with RVT. And we're done like that. Yep. So, when I have that, let me create a clearer version of this, of all of that, so we could actually do some painting within our scene. This will be our scene. Temperature-based PCG, let's turn that off. No, we don't need to save anything in my BP brush actor. We have our scene here. PCG, force generate. We have our meshes right now. As we can see, in the middle we have our deserty area. Here we have somewhat of a placeholder representation of tropical forest. Then we get into highlands. The trees get more scattered, and then we have like tropical mountain or whatever. Then we have moderate biome. Here's the plains volume, valley and plains. Here's the highlands, a little bit different trees, and in the mountains, something like that. I don't really have meshes for subpolar and polar biome, so I didn't spawn anything in there. But the thing that is missing is coloring the landscape, and that's what we will try to right now achieve with the RVT. So whenever the temperature and the height will dictate that, hey, it is a desert or a highland desert or a mountain desert, an appropriate color will be chosen, or texture. That's what we are going to do right now. If I go back to my PCG, I'm just sampling landscape data, creating an attribute of temperature, calculating the distance from equator, distance to equator, right? Then I'm lerping the max and minimum temperature between -20 and 50. Then in my temperature filtering, I'm just really taking all the points on the landscape and putting them into biomes that I want, which are, as I said, a desert, rainforest, moderate, and subpolar. Then I have another filter for height, for mountain, highland, and plains point, when I dictate what heights are which, and I could always adjust that stuff. And then I'm executing the subgraph of desert mountain graph, desert highlands graph, etc, etc, etc. And thanks to that, I have a whole stream when I shown how I set that up. Maybe I will find it. It would be actually cool to find it and paste it in the comments. Yeah, I had 2 streams with that when I was setting that whole setup. Let me quickly paste that. This is the first one, and part 2. Okay. Or did I? No. I sent the correct link. Okay. So yeah, let's go with that. Let's start assembling this shit. So what we need right now to look at the subgraphs that I'm actually using in here. Let's look at that. If I click on PCG component, I can see my parameters override, or I should have seen it. What is going on? Why I don't see it? Why don't I see my parameters override? Desert Mountains graph. Ah, yeah, no, because it's a blueprint based params. Sorry. So here I have all my PCG graphs. And here I'm just really taking this big mesh with surroundings subgraph, where I'm spawning one big mesh and a couple of meshes in circles surrounding that whole shit. And these accept meshes as parameters. And I can override all of that stuff here. So what I would love to have right now is something similar where I can execute additional subgraphs here and start spawning blueprint actors that will write into render virtual target. And in the same way, I want to specify, for example, material instances in here. What material instance should be used? Or texture, or whatever. I want to parameterize it so I could click on things through here or in the graph, but I don't want to create like 6 separate graphs just to spawn for 6 different things. Okay, so we have our brush actor. We're going to reuse that. It's set up in a way that I'm satisfied with. But let's set up it. Actually, I like the way it is being set up in here. Ah, yeah, I forgot to show you that one thing. Let me quickly show you the one cool thing about this setup. With just RVT, no render target. The dot that I'm creating here resizes along with the mesh, right? If I make the dot this big, this whole thing gets extended, resized, scaled. So that is something that I will also want to take into the account. No, don't say brush actor right now. And give me a second. My dishwasher is finished. I need to open it up. Now it's perfectly clean. Right, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, so let's try to set that up. I have my brush material set up real good. And my landscape with RT is here. That is obsolete. That's how I really create this color. But do I really want to create the color like this? Or should I switch it up? I should switch it up. So let me copy that material and name it something different. PCG landscape material. Let's call it that. The old one I can turn off. Yeah, whatever. This is my new. I think I can safely delete that. And I want to change one thing in my brush spot because it is writing into into base color. It is writing into base color. Okay, that's great. I don't think I need that because I'm not using that anymore. Right? Not really. Yeah. So first of all, maybe let's just start spawning cubes with that exact thing. First things first, let's set up a simple thing. Let's make it spawn with this, right? So I have my brush actor that is just a actor and it writes constantly into RVT. That's great. Do I have my blueprint volume? Volume, yeah. Run time virtual texture volume. Not really. So I need to select landscape. I need to select my RVT texture. Maybe we should create like a new one. Let's just copy that. RVT PCG texture. Let's call it that. Yeah, I have all the same names, etc. That's great. RVT PCG texture. Great. Set bounds. Now we have it. And that's safe for good measure. And if everything works out, after I bring my BP brush actor, it should start drawing this splotch of nothing actually. And here we go. This is where shit hits the fan. It was supposed to work out. And once again, what the hell is going on? Is it not writing? Ah, yes, wrong texture. PCG texture, that's the first thing. Drawn main pass never. And it still doesn't draw. Perfect. Just after I said I fixed everything. Is there a problem with that? RVT PCG. Yes, I know where's the problem because I'm not reading and sampling from that, of course. This is writing into here, but my PCG landscape material is taking wrong texture. This texture. Save it. Yeah, thank you. And still nothing. Ah, yes, of course. I also need to change the material, landscape material, right? So my landscape material right now is PCG landscape material. Where are you? It might take a second. Now it works perfectly. I can resize that. Everything is fine with the world. Okay. So we see our brush works. I don't know though why it is so bright. When I'm not even inputting it into Specula. That's interesting. But what if I just put it into multiply 1? Oh yeah, then it is just light green. And how does it look like from afar, I wonder? I'm gonna make it big like this, then click away. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay. Okay, we fixed everything. Let's save everything. Great. Now, we want to spawn that I can turn off, that I can turn off our... that I can turn off for now. That I can turn off, that I can turn off. That too. My brush actor can be still here. Still be here. So now let's get to spawning. Which way do I want to set up? I mean, for sure I need just a PCG that will spawn. I can actually, I do not need to create another PCG. I can just add spawning and here. I can't do that. I can use all of those points to start spawning my actor. And that's exactly what I will do. So, let's take my brush material, maybe open it up once again. And instead of adding color in here, we'll be doing something like this. And we'll be doing all the color operation in here. Let's see if I broke everything. RVT, brush actor. Did I broke? Oh yeah, I kind of broke everything. It's most curious why. Like for real? Because, man, that kind of suck. Okay, what is going on? Why when I put the cube once again in, it stopped working on... Yes, another error. I have the wrong RVT as a default. Now it will be working. Or maybe not, because I have scatterbrain. Why it's not really working? It should be. Let's just hook that up. PCG landscape material. PCG texture. Brush spots right into PCG texture right now. At least it should. RVT. Oh! Okay, it refreshed, I guess. Okay. Now let's just hook up the base color. It's white. Great. Now let's hook up this. That is interesting. Huh. I wanted to set it up so I can set up my color in here. But for some reason I cannot write my color into this. Maybe if I don't do any eye adaptation. Oh yeah, right now I'm multiplying it by 0. Great. Let me just do this. Yeah, eye adaptation was messing things up. I guess for some reason this eye adaptation node here was not able to collect information about lightning in this material when it was just used here. Okay, whatever. But now I can turn that into parameter and call it biome color. And default, let's make it something completely unrealistic, like pink. Now we have a pink thing in here. Great. Let's delete it from the level. Come on. Delete. What is your problem? My shortcut wasn't working. I'm not sure why, but whatever. I can right now start spawning based on those points my brush actor. Spawn actor. Exactly. And the actor for now will be... Oh, I can use spawn attribute. That's great. BP brush actor. It should create lots and lots of points after I generate of color. Let's see if it will work out. Yeah, actor spawning is always slower than just static mesh spawning. And generally spawning things with with collisions is... It also takes a lot of time. Did I crash the Unreal? Let's see what's happening here. Not really. Only 10% of processor is being used. So not really. But it's still spawning. So I guess we have a small pause, or I put Unreal into infinite loop. That can also be something that happened. So what will it be? Did it completely hang itself, or? Why do I think it hang itself? Because if the PCG processing would be finished, this cancel button wouldn't be showing up. It would turn into generate once again. But it's completely messed up. Okay, let me kill that process. It doesn't look like it's doing too much. Yeah, 6%, 9. It's either constantly calculating or maybe spawning these many actors and sampling and writing and sampling to RVT might have killed it at the same time. Okay, so let's kill it. Oh, wait. Executing PCG task, node showed up. But I already have my answer that because 31 tasks should pass by like this for PCG. So it is processing. So I'll wait a little bit longer. But I already have the answer. I set it up in super inefficient way. I'm probably spawning something around like 30,000 cubes. Each one of them is writing to RVT. And then it is being sampled, but it's on GPU, it should have been fast. So he clearly has a problem with spawning. My BP brush actors. And the worst thing that can happen, at least that has been my experience when working with PCG in my day job, is when I'm clicking generation and auto-saving packages happens at the same time. Oh my god, when I'm creating first generation and auto-saving happens, it's like, oh my fucking god. It's such a slowdown. Come on, man. Unreal. Work with me. Where's the Jestem w dupie song? I need Jestem w dupie song. Ah, whatever. It will magically show up here. Great stream. Let's watch the progress bar together. It feels like installing Call of Duty. What the hell is up? I didn't kill my memory. I must have somehow accidentally found a way to trigger super slow or almost infinite loop on something. Because it is saving packages at the same time it's writing to RVT. Maybe that is a workflow that isn't proper. Now almost no processor. GPU is also not being used that much outside of regular rendering duties. Something's not right here. Let's kill this. And let's turn that off. Let's turn it on back again and delete that thing from the PCG. Let's delete that. I'm not sure what kind of a problem did this guy had. How about we just spawn in desert points, for example, right now? Just a small amount of things. Like, we have mountain points. Let's try to spawn here. And let's make it into VP brush actor. Is it possible really to do this that way? Yeah, great. Do I have my runtime virtual? Yes, I have it. Is my BP brush actor having a correct default value? It does have. Okay, so it's constantly resizing this. Okay, that's something to know. Let's generate once again. Okay, it created some points in here. They are super small though. And there is something weird going on where it, for some reason, spawned like the two sides of the cube. It projected it on RVT. That's something that I didn't expect to happen. Or maybe the cutouts happened? No, because it looks like a stretched, like a projection or something. Okay. But still, it doesn't look right. So probably instead of like spawning lots of little dots, we should spawn one bigger actor in this place. I know that there are cloud nodes right now. No, how were they called? Shit, I kind of forgot. Where is the Unreal product board? That's where they had the list of the new PCG nodes. Cluster, that was the word I was searching for. Cluster. Yeah, might be free. Let's just, what I want to try to do is to take this group of points that are creating highlands, put them into cluster, calculate the center of it, and see if I can just spawn one bigger cube that will be riding into RVT in here. Let's see. Because here I have, what kind of data do I have in here actually? Cluster ID. How does it view it? It just it doesn't create like a single point out of it. But can I merge them? I wonder how that will look like. It will look like nothing. This is just singular output. Okay, what can I do with these points? I have this cluster. That might be a wrong avenue to pursue. Let's see if I can find something cool in here. Filter, generic, point processor, point generator. Okay. Grid size. What else I could use here? Me being a Dumbo. Boom 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 boom. Apply scale to bounce. Attract, blur, blur. What does that do? I see no real big difference here. Honestly, I don't know what this node does. Collapse points, this might be it. How many points did we have here? 690. How many points do we have here? 690, okay. Oh, it did collapse them into 1 point. Okay, visualize that for me. It didn't. I cannot even see this guy. Here is where you have decided it is. Okay. Or combines each point to share a singular bound extent. That is also interesting. Sentence pivot, use the first point transform. This is what I'm looking for. This is the node what I'm looking for. It looks weird, but let's use that and let's spawn that and let's see how messed up it will look like. It looks like nothing. There are like 3 tiny... What the fuck is wrong with you? It just outputs the singular dot? Why does it not scale the whole actor? Oh yeah, because the scale is 1:1. Bounce. Okay. Apply scale to bounce. That's not what I want. So this thing won't work out for me, I think, combining the points. Yeah, I was thinking that it would also apply the scale, but it creates a point with the scale 1.1, which kind of makes sense. Now switching it so the scale is bigger and the bounds are like 1 unit by 1 unit, I could make that operation. But it doesn't seem like a good workflow, I'll be honest. So maybe I'll do something else instead. What delicious fruits. A healthy snack. I also have an unhealthy one stashed away. Okay, so how should we go about this? I have a cluster of points. If I will just connect it to this and stop using that, it will just create this splotches. And if I hook that up to everything, it kills Unreal, so it cannot be done like this. I need to spawn one approximate box for that biome. And create the point for that. I have an idea. When we have this and it has such bounds, I could just create point just one singular point with some bigger scale, like, I don't know, 40 by 40 by 40. It doesn't really need to rotate, and I could, I think, just copy this, right? Am I right? Yeah. I can just copy point into this, but scale takes scale from source, the rest of it is relative. What did I achieve actually? I should have achieved one singular biggest point, right? Let's disconnect this. Then have a big scale. It is put in the position of this thing. Apply scale to bounds. I can do that. Ah, okay. But it resets the scale. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that one bit. I don't like that one bit. So you can just use that and hook that up. I don't know why it displays it in such a fucked up way, when just a singular brush actor put into a level, even scaled up, creates just a nice one perfect circle. But if spawned from PCG, it has a problem. I think before I go further, I need to fix this stuff, because I want it to be like this, Nice, perfect circle with the gradient, not like this. I kind of hate how it looks like this. So let's fix that maybe first. Why, if it is being spawned via here, something weird is happening. What is going on in here? Does this actually need to be brush actor? Yeah, because I need to put it in component. Yeah. Okay, so let's do another like test. Let's just, I have a point created in the 0, 0, right? Let's put even bigger scale on that. Let's put like 100 by 100 by 100, and let's just spawn one singular actor in 0, 0. And what the hell? Ah, yeah, because the shadows. That's actually great that the shadows are affecting this. That's kind of how I want this. And from afar, it looks alright. So why it was so weird when there's more points? Okay. Create points. Let's add another point. Let's put it in a different transform. Like, I don't know, 500 by 500. But the same scale, 100, 100, 100. Do I have another? I don't see it. I don't really see it. Oh, what a lovely... I wanted to say snowy Sunday it is, but it's not snowing anymore. I don't really have... Do we even create the other point? Yeah, we do. I mean, I can put it into like maybe, I don't know, 500 as well. It didn't show up. Okay, fuck it. Let's put it into 100, 100, and 0. And how about now? Do we see the other point? Not at all. What the? Ah, it might be the case of me not clicking generation. Temperature based PCG. I don't see another circle in here. Is there a problem only if we are using many points? That's the case. Okay, we have 2 points in here. Let's put them in the same thing, but let's have 400 by 400 by 400. Let's clean that up. Let's generate, and only one circle generated. The first one. And how many actors did you spawn? 2. But both of them in the position 0, 0, 0? What in the... Yeah, okay, they're supposed to be in the position 0, 0 and have 2 different scales. Okay. Show me them. There's one. Now let's put this into another position, 200, 200. Where's the other one? What in the holy mother of shit? 500, 500? You can have bigger bounds. You can be like, I don't know, minus 50. I don't know. I just want to see it on level. Oh yeah, now we have it. What the hell? Okay, let's put back the regular scale. Still, we have only one cube. I don't like it. I know what happened. I might know what happened. No, there is no merging selected. I was thinking that maybe collapse was being used, and collapse option doesn't really spawn actors, just takes their meshes and merges them together into one actor. And that's not what is happening here. I don't even see the additional point. Some weirdo shit is happening. I clicked the wrong thing. I wanted to put here like 15. I want to see those points. Yes, they are here. They are moved side by side. Okay. Let's move them even further. They might be too close. Transform here, transform here. I don't know. Like even further. Let's go with even further. Times 4. Times 4. And my monitor is dying right now. Let's see how it will mess up the whole stream. You guys seeing it perfectly, but that's the kind of thing that happens. It was like what? Friday evening or yesterday, I don't remember. Half of my monitor lights are turning off on the left side of monitor, so from time to time. So my monitor is dying out. Yesterday I went to shop for a new monitor to have one working for today. And guess what? I was not able. Right now the computer shops, what they have on display is shitty. The only option is to order online, which is obvious, but I had like 24 hours to the stream. It wouldn't come. So right now, from time to time, you guys see it normally. Half of my monitor just boop, blinks off, and I have to go into input, switch the input, etc, etc, and there's high possibility that it will mess up the configuration of the stream or what have you. So yeah. So shit is funny, like that. And of course, it couldn't happen on Monday, Tuesday, on Wednesday. I would be able to get the new monitor by Friday or by Saturday, right? It had to break in the moment where I knew that when I would be ordering it, it wouldn't show up for stream, and I didn't want to delay my stream for that. I was thinking of maybe running it from laptop, but I decided, nah, maybe just clicking input here will not mess up the stream. So let's pray to the machine gods that the monitor will survive the stream. And also, you know, if you have a hookup for a good 2K 32 inches monitor, I will be more than happy for development work, right? And I'm not an artist, so I don't care that much about color correction, etc, etc. Okay. what I was doing? Ah, yeah, it is. I'm trying to debug right now why, for example, when I'm putting 2 points to create this brush on my landscape, it just doesn't freaking happen. Like 2 actors have been spawned, yes, but the other actor completely didn't draw in the main pass. Only the first actor drew in the main pass. And it begs the question of, what the fuck? Is it impossible to create this kind of workflow that... No, it's not the case of bounce. Is it impossible to create this kind of workflow when I'm spawning those circles perfectly with the octa? Really? Fuck, man. I wanted really to do this. Let's see. We have this one additional point. We see it. It's here. We should have another silker in here. BP brush actor 2. Which one are you? Are you this guy? No. Ah, you're this guy. Okay, let's delete you. Let's search for BP brush. We have 2 BP brush actors. This is one. And here's another one. Wait, then what are you? If that is one, then what is happening? Then what is this shit, man? Okay, let's clear the generation. Here we go. PCG, clean. Let's force it once again. It is this shit. And when I turn that off, we don't see that. But when I will start searching for BP brush actor, one is here and it has a cube that is writing into PCG texture, and I can see that the dot is in here. And then I have this actor. It also is writing to the PCG texture. What the hell are you doing? What if I move you like here? Will you draw another circle? Fuck no. Of course not. But if I take you and move you here, you will draw a circle in here. For some reason, from what I can see, spawning couple of points still results in writing into the render target, into the, runtime virtual texture only once. For some reason, the other guy is not really doing that. I just don't get it. Let's put a completely different coordinate in here. Instead of like 2000, it will be still 0, but let's put it into like 16,000 units. How about that? And of course, regenerate it. Why are you showing in the exact same position as you were before? Okay. Ah, because the wrong axis, of course. That can happen when you're putting things by hand. 0 and y-axis, of course, that's the axis that I wanted to use. Force regeneration. How about now? We have one here, one here. We have a splash of our brush on landscape here. We have nothing in here, and I don't really understand why. The Z position shouldn't matter at all, and it doesn't. It kind of destroys the whole idea for workflow that I had. Like, for real, dogs. My idea was that the PCG would be spawning these actors, and they would be writing textures into RVT, and that way we could populate the whole landscape material with colors depending on the temperature and height. But for now I have a problem that if I spawn more than one actor, it just doesn't work, man. One cube is here, and it doesn't even show me the other cube. Like, what the fuck? Is it underground? Yeah, it is kind of an underground cube. Straight from the underground. Okay, but what if I will put it above, I don't know, like 5,000? How about that? How are we feeling now? Okay, let's put it even higher. 8,000. It shouldn't matter at all for writing into RVT. And for some reason that one is not writing at all. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing stuff. It doesn't matter what kind of scale I will give it. I might give it the same exact scale of 100, 100, and 100 in here. It showed up! What the f... It did show up! Was the scale so big that it just wasn't able to write into the texture? And half of a monitor died. Yep, one time for machine guts. Did it fuck up the stream? No. Okay. I'm still good. I'm still good in this hood. Okay, let's... How this will behave. It behaves good. So what was your problem there that you were showing, like, complete? It behaves correctly. So this workflow is possible. You have to make sure that the brush that you're writing cannot be half of the size of the landscape, because then it doesn't render. But all in all, it did work out. Okay. Okay, clean up. Turn that stuff off. I don't need it here. Was there an issue with the scale, maybe? When I put those points in here? No, not combine points, collapse points. That's what I want. Or no, that's how it was supposed to be. Let's see. Maybe I can just hook that up here. Huh. I don't need that anymore. Show me those points. It is kind of fucking up in here, but it might be the scale issue. Let's see what kind of scale these points do have. Scale is actually 111. Okay, transform point. This is about my last line of defense of that kind of approach. Scale it up, I don't know, like 5, 5. Nope, it just does it wrong for some reason. But when it was just 2 singular points, it was okay. Is it because of rotation? Can I just ignore rotation? It might be because of rotation, because there's roll and everything. Rotation, can I just rotation? I want to reset the rotation on this. Because I think that might be the issue also. The rotation of this thing. Because right now it is kind of riding it in a... I'm not sure. Let's see. Set param. Yeah, I can just multiply rotation. Yeah. I was thinking of, yeah, let's set it now. I can just take this input source, the whole rotation, and suddenly you have a problem. Yeah. Make attribute. No, create attribute. Create attribute. That's how the node was being called. An error. Oh my god, I cannot just use the rotation. I have to go like rotation.x, and now it works out. Okay. So do I have to really copy and paste it 3 times just to reset my rotation? That sucks. But I will do whatever I need to. How's the rotation in here? How in the holy of motherfuck you still have a problem in here? I have to, of course, I have to type in quaternion names, right? So roll, pitch, and I have to output the, yeah, roll, pitch, and now yaw. Of course, everything should be resetted. Okay, and now let's just start spawning. Yep, it was the case of rotation. That's why it looked like this funny thing. I still think I might kill the Unreal with this approach, because instead of like beforehand, right? I just wanted to start spawning this shit and everything broke. Or the generation was too long. But let's make it a little bit prettier for a second. Let's put the scale into like 10. And a scale of 10 here. Will it blend nicely? It kinda does. Maybe even bigger. Scale. How does that work out? I am starting to color the landscape. There's no mountains here. Okay. Now let's bring in highland points and see if the editor will die. I think it died. I was hoping that maybe I did some error beforehand, that's why the editor died, but clearly too many points result in Oh my god, auto-saving packages while the generation is running. Yeah, I figure each write-in into RVT triggers some autosave or something. So if it has 60,000 points, it will try to save this RVT 60,000 times. Yeah, that's not a great way of doing it. And I cannot do anything about it right now. Okay. Let's kill the process once again, shall we? Yeah, it just hangs. It just freaking hangs. Okay. It's time for some water. Hydration is important. Let me turn on the project again. Actually, no, skip restart. I don't want to restart this broken mess. Yes, I want to edit this, and let's not hook up the highlands in here. I still kind of want to create clusters. Let's say, for example, like 6. But I would love to right now take all this cluster, filter all the clusters out, combine them into singular points, and spawn only in these moments. So that's where I will start my new PCG graph. PCG spawn landscape brushes. Landscape material brushes. Yep. Thank you, machine gods, for turning off my monitor once again. Oh, fuck me sideways. Of course, it has to break right when I'm streaming, not when I'm at work, when I could do something about it or something. Nah, it has to happen on stream. Lovely. Lovely fucking thing, ain't it? Whatever. Let's do this. Let's fight with the thing. Yes, I don't need this. I don't need this. I always need to restart rotation. So let's take this and let's put it into our new graph. Let's create a new pinpoint. Biome points. Let's call it that. And only points are interesting to me. Now I want clusters, right? So right now I want to filter by cluster ID, right? So it was attribute filtering. That was the node that is used for that. Attribute filter. And because I know I will always be creating 6 clusters, they will be named from 0 to 5. So I need to do like cluster ID in here, use constant attribute. I think it is an integer, 0, right? Yeah. So let's put it in here. Maybe let's try it with 1 right now. and I want to see it. And expose to library, of course. PCG spawn landscape, blah blah blah. PCG spawn landscape material brushes, yes. Let's put it in here. And what right now I'm trying to attempt is to minimize the amount of actual brush actors that will be spawned on landscape, because it seems that when I have way too many brush actors, I'm triggering an infinite loop of autosaving, which I predict might be connected to the RVT texture saving constantly, and for some reason an infinite hang happens. So don't do that. Okay, let's generate. Force generate. Okay, for now I'm not spawning anything, but what I am meaning to do is show me this. Cluster IDs, and they are named from 0 to 4 actually. Okay, not enough points or what? No, from 0 to 5 correctly. Now show me this inside filter. I have only cluster 0, right? And it's how many points? 162 points. But the problem here is is there a problem here? I don't think so. Show me those points. Yeah, it shows them as, oh yeah, it is a problem because it assigned this kind of cluster of points. Maybe, you know what, I have a better example. Thank you, monitor died once again. Let's see. Oof, and it died instantly. Okay. Machine gods have forsaken me for eating healthy food. So I will take Prince Polo, and let's see if machine gods will be more happy. I'm appeasing to you, machine gods. Please don't destroy my monitor until the after stream. Okay. Let's fucking do this. Let's hook up a place where there's way more points. Now we have 3000 points in here. Wonderful, wonderful. Great. Machine gods, I'm eating something unhealthy. Please, don't kill my monitor. So, how many clusters did you create? Okay. But what if it was one? Ah, yeah, I forgot. Okay, so it should combine all of this into one giant point. Okay. And if it was another cluster of points? Okay. For some reason, I don't see. Oh no, there are. Here are these points. Okay. So let's start spawning them. Let's start operating on that stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What I'm trying to do right now is create such a logic that if I get big an amount of points, or even a small amount of points, I will always divide it into like 6 big clusters, create one singular point out of it, calculate bounds into actual scale, and treat bounds as 1, 1, so it's like inverse of data here. And spawn only like, you know, 6 big points that will draw the circle, right? And we will see what will be happening here. How messed up it might turn out. So let's hook it up, hook it up, hook it up, hook it up, hook it up. Three, wait, what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th or 6th cluster. Okay, maybe I should use paint and show exactly what I mean by that, what I'm doing. So let's say right now if I'm trying to spawn one landscape brush per one biome point, one brush per one biome point, infinite hang, right? Probably due to some autosaving issue, I'm not sure, right? But that's not the way to go. Either way, it wouldn't be the way to go because of optimization, right? So what I'm trying to take is take lots of biome points, this whole swath of points, right? Create separate clusters of them, right? This is cluster number 1, 2, or let's do it like they do, 0, 1, and 2, right? Treat them as one singular point with such bounds, right? Then change the data around, so actually bounds will be -1 to 1, but exchange this information into scale as if it was super small unit by unit cube with the super high scale. So we are upscaling this one singular point. And it is needed because the spawned actor doesn't take its scale from the point's extent, point bounds. No, it takes from the scale parameter, right? So that's why we need to do this exchange. And so once we have that, we should have one brush. We should have like one brush spawned here, another brush spawned here, and another brush spawned here. So for the whole map, if each biome is like only 6 points, we should have, we have 3 biomes. No, how many biomes do we have? It is 4 times 3, 12. And because the points are, there's a north and south side of the equator, 24, 48 points should be spawned, if I'm calculating this correctly, instead of 60,000. I'm not sure how the visual will look like. But that is something that we can work on a little bit later. Because right now my material is just a simple radial, simple circle with gradient, right? If you would start putting textures there and cutting them out by some custom brushes, and custom opacity brushes, you could do a lot with that. But right now I'm actually thinking if I'm not overcomplicating things, because let me quickly take a look at this. Okay. Okay, no, I was thinking if I can just calculate the extents of the biome. Actually, I kinda can. Wait a second, am I really overcomplicating this? No, actually, the way that I'm doing it, it seems simpler than what I was just going through in my head with some weird calculations. Okay, let's just do this plan. Let's just do exactly this. Lots of biome points, let's cluster it, let's calculate the scale, and then let's spawn this shit. So we have our clusters in here and all of their points. Now we are combining those points inside the filter. Nothing outside of these filters interests us. We are dividing our biomes into zones, basically. Let's do this. Let's hook it up like that. And right now there should be like a one singular point with super huge bounds, right? Yeah, so the way we will right now calculate the scale is basically just take bound max x, and let me show you why. The way the bounds work, let's use one axis for a simpler thing. Here's the center point, right? 0 of our line. So the bounds of our line are max and minimum, right? And let's say, for example, this is minus 2000, and here's 2000. So then the code knows that, hey, if our center point in the local space is 0, and I want to do something on the edge of my line, I just need to add 2000 units to whatever world scale is here, for example, 1000, right? So to calculate what is the right facing, and let's say this is the x-axis, what is the actual world scale extent on the x-axis? It's 1000 plus 2000, 3000. And it is 1000 minus 2000, which is here. The whole thing is 4000 units, right? So in reality, we want to switch it into thinking about this point as, hey, we are having point that has minus 1, 1 bounds, and we will be scaling it up to something big. So you just really need to take one singular value, for example, max value, and if you upgrade it, scale it by 2000, suddenly you get minus 2000 extents and 2000 extents. So relatively simple stuff, right? Yes. So I don't want to copy and paste it all the time, so I will just create another PCG and use it as a function, kind of like a mathematical function. Bounds to scale, whatever. Of course, exposed to library. Description will be changes points bounds as scale to treat it as points with unit bounds and huge scale. Not very professional description, but you get what I'm saying. And so once again, the pin, dedicated pin. I like to use dedicated pin instead of this in or whatever, because then it tells me as a user of a PCG that, hey, this is kind of data that is being passed into this node, and this is the kind of data that I can expect to come out of this node. Out scaled points, in unscaled points. So what we're doing in here is we are taking this, we're actually going to not multiply, set bounds max, and I wonder if I can just set it as scale. Will it automatically match X, Y, and Z? It's supposed to. And put it as scale. Yeah, and then I want to change the bounds max here we'll be only using input A, and actually here we also will be using only input A. Create attribute and bounds min, -1, one, bounds max, bounds min, great. I think I messed up something. I don't think I'm using the right node. Yeah, we'll see. Because I kind of messed around right now, I think, too much. So let's use PCG. What the hell? Didn't I expose it? Expose to library. Expose PCG. Yes, bounds to scale. Let's put it in here. Do I have points in here? I should have. Yes, I do. One singular point with super big bounds. And then I have nothing in here. And I wonder why? Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. So should I just do this? No. How the... That's not what you are supposed to do. I wanted to have this value put in here. What is going on? I kind of forgot how I was doing this kind of stuff. Let me remind myself quickly. I think it was in height filter. No. Yeah, that's the thing with the attribute filters, that sometimes then they don't make that much sense to me. Was it attribute select? Because set, I thought it means that, hey, yeah, maybe I could just swap some variables around, right? But it doesn't look like it does that. Was it, I'm sorry, where was the attribute? Yes. It is comparator. Join some blah 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 blah. That's not what I wanted. Was it select? No, because it's just selecting the point with the given attribute. Copy attributes, that was the thing. Possibly. Bounds max. Scale X. Y. But I think it should work. Yeah, wait. It absolutely didn't work. No, it did work. This is the copy attributes. I'm just copying. Okay. Scale Z is exactly that. Yeah. So maybe I need to use even that. I can just then do copy attributes, put bounds max in here, but here I can create attribute. Just simply create attribute, vector, it will be max, so 1, 1. What? No, output target is bound max. And it did absolutely nothing. And I don't understand the warning. Failed to create input accessor or iterator. But kinda why? Because it's supposed to copy attributes from a point and I'm just putting attribute in here. Okay, so bounds modifier. I should have done that. What the hell? Set -1, -1, -1 instead of like playing around. Of course, there's a bounds modifier mode. Now it is set up exactly how I wanted it to. And output those things. Yeah, so right now I will just use that. Let's see. No points in here. What the hell? Or is it just showing in a different way? No, no output points. What the hell? Allow type points. Okay. Is it working now? Not really. And if I put debug in here? No, okay, I can see that. And yeah, it is scaled up, bounds are dead, great. And yeah. Let's set it up. No, Shift D for quick sanity. Yeah, I was supposed to buy this plugin, but I constantly forget about this to deal easier with the blueprints. Okay, let's put it all nicely. These should produce 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1 point. Ton DX, hi! Hi man, how is this Sunday treating you? What's the weather out there? And your place. Ton DX asks, are you familiar with motion matching? I am familiar with principles of motion matching, and I did a stream when I was diving deeper a little bit into the example from the Epic side. I play around with it. It looks very promising. It looks also very experimental, like I wouldn't use it really in the shipping project, but it looks like something to use in the future if you have a good library of animations, right? So yes, I was getting a little bit into the Unreal version of motion matching. And the current version, from what I remember, it doesn't have replication figured out yet. But it was quite cool. I can actually maybe quickly find the link to it and paste it down here. Where was it? Here's Mover plugin. Yes, motion matching plugin. I have it. and this, and it has replication right now? Oh, cool. Yeah, I was checking it out in 5.4, a little bit soon after the Unreal Fest in Prague, and it was cool. It was really cool. Maybe I should revisit it in 5.5 and see what did they changed, what did they improve, etc., etc. But if you have any questions about motion matching that they did, I can, you know, try to answer it. So feel free to ask away. Right now I'm sitting in this PCG, trying to basically, I already did like spawning based on the temperature and height of the whole thing, of the landscape. I'm calculating temperature, treating y-axis 0, whole y-axis as an equator, and spawning things depending on the temperature and possible temperature and height, but it still kinda looks So I want to use RVT in order to spawn like brushes that will color the RVT, and this RVT is being used in landscape material. So when we have deserty area in here, we will have deserty landscape underneath it. We have tropical forest area in here, there will be tropical color. Here is moderate, it will be moderate. And here is subpolar that I don't have meshes yet for. But this is exactly, and it should be like white or super light blue or something. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to achieve right now. Ton DX says it looks cool. Thank you. And then a question. Did you deal with traversals in your stream? God damn, I don't really remember. It was almost half a year ago. I were looking into how they were doing traversals in my stream, and I did like 3 or 4 streams dedicated to Mover plugin. And when I was at Unreal Fest in Prague, the engineer that was presenting a slideshow about Mover plugin, he showed like a snippet how he managed to hook up Mover plugin with motion matching and with all the cool replication that comes with Mover plugin, right? I asked him, if you watched this presentation from Unreal Fest about Mover plugin, at the end I asked him a couple of questions, and one of those questions was, will this example be ever released, right? The Mover plugin connected to like motion matching, etc., etc. And he said that yeah, they plan on to at some point. So I hope they will do it soon, and then I will be for sure diving deeper into that. From what I remember with the traversals in motion matching, they were constantly calculating the trajectory and creating a parameter of trajectory, and depending on that trajectory, animations were being chosen from the animation table. And from what I remember, if I turned on debug for motion matching, it was also constantly calculating and predicting trajectory ahead of movement, right? So it was prepared for what kind of animation it should be turning on from the data table. It was also a part of variable table from what I remember. But it looked really cool because it seemed like if you have a huge enough base for animations and you create a code that constantly analyzes, for example, the terrain around you, or your velocity or your trajectory, what kind of trajectory you will be taking, will you be jumping in front of you, or is there, for example, a small wall in front of you, it will try to calculate it output it into variables, and then you just have a data table that in which you can decide, hey, this data set of animations is perfect for variables with this range, right? And this data set is perfect for variables with this range. So you I felt like I could concentrate instead of one big task on two tasks. One, it's like, okay, I'm creating movement code and I am outputting variables with which I'm deciding how the character will actually move next, like the trajectory, velocity. There are a couple of other things there as well, but I kind of forget right now what they were. Basically, you can put analysis of motion data that character is doing right now on one hand, and on the other hand, you can just select the ranges of those variables and what kind of data sets are corresponding to that. And I felt if I was in a bigger team and had like a big motion matching library and motion capture capacity, I would probably go with that. And it felt like it might be easier for animator to click through, because I'm not a I wanted to say I'm not a big fan of ABP. I'm not a good user of ABP. Like, they tend to get real messy for me real quickly, and the complexity gets too big sometimes for me to add new things, while in motion matching it felt like I just need to add more data sets and click on the data table, click through new ranges of variables, and make sure that code is outputting those variables correctly, which feels like a way easier task than matching ABP with your moving code. Especially, what's the name of the component that they are using right now? I so want to just only use mover plugin ever in the future that I forgot what the name is of the current version of the movement component. Yeah, of course. But yeah, for traversals, parkour, etc., they do include a little bit of parkour, jumping over fences, etc., ledge grabs and things like that. So it is a cool example to look through. Ton the Axe says, thank you for the help. My internet kind of crashed. I might come back later. Yeah, sure, no problem. You're welcome. Come back once your internet, is sorted out. For me, this stream, I also have technical problems. Every now and then, half of my monitor dies and I have to reset my monitor, which might fuck up the stream and the whole OBS setup. So, living on the edge, spider crawling, spinning web. That's what we do in here. This shit is real. If something breaks, it breaks. I'm never pre-prepared for stuff like that, as you would do in your job or in your passion project. So I'm on the same line as you. No prepared bullshit. We are all in this together, fighting against the machine gods or whatever is dictating this stuff. Okay, so I have clustered my points, combined them, calculated my bounds, and changed them into scale. And it seems like I could recombine those things or just start spawning. Let's start spawning actor. So I was spawning. I deleted this note. Okay. Let's start spawning actor. There is no merging. Blah 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 blah. For now, we will be using template actor. Yeah, going back to the topic of movement, I really look forward to them swapping out current movement component with the mover plugin. I really want to, because it seems so much more versatile, and if the network prediction plugin and physics prediction plugin will get to a point that it will be super amazing, I am thinking there's so much stuff you could do with physics or with just moving your characters around correctly over the network that right now is kind of hard to do out of the box. You have to do lots of things underneath, right? In order to do some crazy ass movement, etc. And it will unlock this ability, and I can't wait for developers to get their hands on. I can't wait to get my hands on it. If they will unlock it in the next year, I for sure will be doing something with that. Not only deep dives, but probably create like some prototype of stuff. I hope they will get to at least beta next year. That would be awesome. Okay, I have my brush actor. Right now, let's spawn it for one cluster. Or maybe let's not even spawn it. I just wanna debug this one little point. Just show me this one little point. I also forgot. Yeah, of course I also forgot. I need to then recombine all of that. I can put all those points in the same thing. No, because it is scaling. I want this here. That node was used for test of scaling. Here's when I'm resetting the stuff. Let's not do that. Let's just show me the points. Show me the points on level. I have one. Great. Because I have one for each PCG point data. That's great. That's really great. I want to see them. Yes, it is showing me the extent of my desert biome. What is happening here and why is it not including this? I am not sure. Is it underground? No. Not enough clusters? No, I just didn't hook up something. Now, yeah, I could create a debug tool out of that. That's great. Mind you. Okay, and now I just want to spawn one actor and see if it works, man. Or fuck it. We might crash the whole shit, but oh, I just colored the whole landscape. Something is not right. Okay, but you know what is one good thing? It didn't fucking crash. So it shows me that that's the way to go. This is the way, as Mando would say. And I have to figure out something with the... can I just gather? In here. Thank you. And what will happen if I go here? Yeah, it also treats this. I just want to combine those points. Combine. What does that do? No. Fuck. I just want to put them not into their own PCG data. I want to see them as one table. It would be easier. Union, that's what it does. I'm not sure, man. Let's put it in here. Yes, that's exactly the node that I was looking for. And now it... Oh. How about now? Okay. I just unionize these points and yeah. Now we have something like this. We have all those scales, but they are huge as hell. So how about right now I unhook all those points besides one and see what's going on in there. And nothing. That's what I love about game development. Okay, I have one thing in here. Okay, debug. I want to see this. This is the huge point that I have here, right? For some reason, when I spawn this actor for this one freaking thing, none of this shit happened. Rotation is non-zero. And there's a question, why? Why? Show me. No, here rotation is 0, 0, 0. Okay, it is 0 everywhere. Then why it was showing me something different in a second. Okay, it doesn't matter. But then I spawn Octo. It has the scale. Yeah, it's showing extents. This is the extent of the actor here. What is your problem, man? Show me the BP brush. Are you even spawned? You are. You are here. You are probably super huge, right? Holy macaroni. I think I might have messed up something with the bounce idea. Yeah, of course, because cube itself isn't 1-1, right? In the actor. Show me the BP brush actor. What scale do you have? No, it is 1-1. It is unit by unit by unit. That is freaking interesting. It is so big. How big is your mom? There's this Far Side song about your mama, if I remember correctly. Okay. For some reason, I'm not doing things right here. Okay, let's put it to the test, shall we? And the test is as such. I just want to see something. We have this thing here, right? I will put some basic cube. This is the location of this box. Is it this box or what the? No, it's the, yeah. It's instance, of course. So show me the instance and its transform. Yeah, it actually shows me the scale. 287, 244, and 40. These are the extents of, this is the scale. And I have something way bigger here. Here it is actually using a PCG cube that is 111. Scaling method, it is taking this bounce, scaling it by this scale actually, right? and it's getting this kind of cube. Then why the fuck when I spawn Octo, it becomes this gigantic piece of shit? Let's test it out. Let's put cube in here. Just like a regular cube, like here. Yeah, I don't care about this transform, but I do care about this scale. Let me look at the scale of that shit. Scale is still the same. So let me put like roughly 14,000 here. Let's put the 200 that was there. Uh-oh. Okay. I did my test, it told me everything. Then I got the question for myself, really. How does it uses this scale and creates a correct cube with this scale and these bounds, but these are too big. The actor is way too big. Let's put the extents in here. Yep. When I show debug with the extents for this scale, it's correct. And when I just spawn actor, it gets so fucking big. What is the error that I'm making in here right now? I know that I'm doing some simple stupid error here, but it escapes me what error was that? Is that? I need a second. I need to go to the toilet. So I'll be back in like a half second. Be right back. I'm back! And I got my non-alcoholic beer with me to hydrate myself a little bit. I also have got my water in a glass bottle. I decided to want to see if I taste the difference compared to plastic bottle. I don't really taste it, but I know that at least I don't have microplastics going inside my body right now. So there's that. GXOCT, welcome back. Yay, welcome back. Hello. GXOCT and hello. Hello, how are you doing? How is this Sunday treating you? And what is the weather out in your region? Ghost. Ah, okay, you want me to read your handle as Ghost. Okay, no problem, Ghost. Okay, no problem, Ghost. Not a problem. So, how is the weather outside in your region? It was snowing in here, but it all completely melted down, so it's depressing right now. It's also snowy? Yeah. Well, in my region, at my location in Warsaw, Poland, right now, it all melted down. It was beautiful. But right now, it's just gray and depressing. So great weather to sit in front of PC. Okay, so I had a problem in here. Right now I'm spawning my things depending on the possible temperature, taking y-axis as the equator, calculating what could be temperature and treating my bounds, upper bounds, lower bounds as north and south pole. And I'm also taking height into the equation, spawning things depending on the temperature and height. Kinda sorta like in real life. Very broad and crude approximation. Right now I'm trying to spawn some brushes on landscape that will write into runtime virtual texture, and my landscape uses that runtime virtual texture. So I want to spawn things from PCG, so I will color my landscape. So the desert area in the middle here, where the equator is actually also colored properly, right? So that's what I'm doing right now, and I'm having a blast, making errors, fixing them, being a derp, being a Dumbo. And how is your Sunday going? Any plans? Some gaming? Some meeting? Some good lunch? And right now I had a problem. I wanted to spawn a brush that would write into runtime virtual texture at each and every spawn point, right? But it was rendering Unreal Engine unresponsive, having a hang state. I suspect it is something connected to the fact that I have like 60,000 points in here, which were 60,000 writes into runtime virtual texture, and autosave was always turning itself on. I think I accidentally was triggering infinite loop of autosaving. Ghost says, I tried to recreate bicycle in Unreal Engine 5, found some great tutorials, but I have to start from preparing model in Blender, and it's way harder for me than writing logic. Oh yeah, I get you, man. I'd rather write logic than do stuff in Blender. I went through, of course, Blend Guru tutorials and one other page that I don't remember what it was named on Udemy, and I learned a little bit about Blender workflow. But man, do I appreciate 3D artists more right now. Yeah, like creating models, especially if you're trying for something that actually is pretty or realistic. Ah, shit. And then putting out UVs for that, I just want to myself. But yeah, writing logic is, for me, it is as well like easier. Like creating this whole logic in PCG for spawning these biomes is way easier if I were to write now, okay, I have logic, let me create each and every mesh here. And then we would see each other in 5 years. I wouldn't be able to create them fast enough. So are you making like a bicycle game? Some racing or just traveling around on bicycle? It seems like a nice project to recreate bicycle in Unreal Engine 5. I worked on a Speedway Grand Prix 15, which is a motorsport, and the guy that was writing physics for the motor was super excited about that. I don't know if I can name drop him, if he would be down with doxing like that, but I remember that he spent a lot of time getting the motorcycle physics just right, the tire physics just right, but he was super happy about that. And there were lots of physics calculations, and then also there was replication over the network. It was peer-to-peer. It is a nice, very generous topic to attempt to. Lots of cool problems to solve. Creating like a two-wheel vehicle simulation. Ghost says, I have a model, but I have to group it in different objects, so I can animate it, wheels and handlebar. Probably that would be the easiest part, but still a lot of work. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, grouping it in different parts in Blender. Yeah, kinda have to. You could also try to use Control Rig from Unreal Engine 5 for some of that stuff. Maybe that could help somewhere. But still, you need to create, like, you know, skeletons and groups in order to manipulate them with Control Rig in Unreal Engine 5. And just like that, I need to write down a possible topic for some stream in the future. Or maybe I already have it written down, the Control Rig. Let me look at it. Control Rig. I don't see Control Rig on my plan here. Nope. It would be cool to do some Control Rig stuff. You can really do a lot of not only animated but procedurally animated stuff with the Control Rig. Like when I was on Unreal Dev Fest, enjoying Unreal Dev Fest in Prague, I went to the lecture about Control Rig, and the guy from Epic was showing how he basically created Rubik's Cube that was with the controls and everything, which from animation point of view, it is super hard to do, to create interactable Rubik's Cube for the game or just for the sake of it, because every time you are switching things around in the real Rubik's Cube, kinda bone hierarchy changes on the fly, right? Suddenly this handle turns something different than it used to just a turn ago, right? So recreating something like this purely in Blender or Maya or whatever is kind of hard because you cannot swap those things, right? But he did it in Control Rig because in the runtime of the Unreal, he could completely change the hierarchies of stuff. Something really impressive. Ghost says, yeah, I will try to create rig in Unreal Engine instead of Blender. That was not hard, by the way, and there's a new feature on Unreal 5.4 Plus, it's called modular rig. Oh yeah, I heard about it, but I didn't really delve too deep into this. Ghost continues, but there's almost no information about implementing it to the vehicle, even on the official site. Probably this feature is still in beta. Had about 10 crashes in 30 minutes. Yep. Experimental plugins, man. Experimental plugins, I get you. On my channel here, I like to jump into new experimental plugins, and sometimes I am bashing my head against the wall. It's like, okay, this whole feature is not implemented really. Like for example, when I was playing around with Mover plugin, one of my friends that was here on stream asked me if I could implement kind of like planetary gravity. So that you are moving character around the planet, you're jumping on the planet, and then you can maybe jump into another planet, right? And when I was attending the lecture about mover plugin, the guy said that the aim is that you could do it in mover plugin, right? This kind of Mario Galaxy-like planet gravity. So I tried to attempt that, and it wasn't working until I went deep into the code of this and realized that, yeah, you can change some velocities, but then for this type of action, changing the axis of a gravity for the object, it's not really working because X and Y is always ignored. And I was like, well, guess you won't do it without the engine change. The same way mover plugin also doesn't really have any documentation. I had to bash my head against it constantly within the code, trying to see why it doesn't work or why it does. So yeah, I get your pain. Salute to you. I write down modular rig as well. Maybe I should, when I will be doing stream on control rig, because I want to right now, I might as well look into modular rig, what it is. Look into the code, get the same crashes as you, see where they come from, etc, etc. But yeah, the animation features that are in the Unreal and they are coming, you know, they are impressive. If only I was an animator, I could really make a use of that, but I'm shit animator. Ghost says, I love it. When you try different approaches to achieve your goal, it's like investigation. Exactly, that's why I love that stuff, exactly. You feel like a cool detective that, oh shit, it doesn't work, there's no documentation. Okay, let me put on my, you know, goggles and dig into the code. Let's see what's going on, right? Either I will find some hidden parameter or some hidden assumption, right? That wasn't really specified in the editor's UX, and I will fix my problem. Or I will find that no, there's an error or code or specific code that turns off something, and then certain parts might be impossible, right? And that's where you have knowledge and you're like, all right, I know what are the possible usages of that plugin. For example, I was really curious about wave function collapse. This is the plugin that is kind of sort of supposed to enable some procedural generation for you, but not in the same way as PCG does in Unreal, but by creating data sets where you are specifying, okay, this style of land can be next to these style of lands and never next to these style of lands, right? It's an old school algorithm implemented many times, especially in like strategic games that are generating maps for you, right? For skirmishes. And I wanted to see how it looks in Unreal, and it turned out that yeah, for spawning static meshes, great, but I wanted to spawn actors with logic, gameplay logic, etc., and it just wasn't working. I found line in the code that was supposed to be hit when spawning the actors, and in theory it was hitting it, but nothing was really being spawned there. I tried to edit this code, it still didn't work out, and I was like, okay, I think this plugin might be abandoned and it just doesn't work for actors, because right now there's PCG, and why would you use wave function collapse, right? There are usages and I would love to use it, but that's what I found out. The same with mover plugin limitations, etc, etc. So fingers crossed for your investigation about modular rig. I hope to get into this topic somewhere in the future. These investigations are kind of cool. But to get to the problem that I was doing here, right now my scale is messed up because I'm spawning my brush, but this brush, do I spawn it actually? Yeah, I do. Is so huge that it doesn't paint the landscape at all. I think it was so huge that it was right out of the bounds. So what I found out quickly calculating this shit, that if we look at our debug cube that we spawned, the scale of it in the instance mesh is roughly 50 times lower than the actor that is being spawned here. I'm not really sure why, but it's really curious that it is exactly in here, that it is exactly 50 times that, almost. I'm not really sure. I must be making some mathematical error, some obvious glance that when my friends from work, if they will see it, they'll be like, Ado, this is where the error is. You kind of missed that. And I'm like, yes, of course. Yeah, I often have these times like when I do some complex stuff and I don't make errors, and then I do some simple stuff and it's shitload of errors. I don't know, I always been like this. For my final high school exams, my math exams, the basic exam, I had 60% of points, but for my advanced exam, I had 80 or 82 or something like this, and teachers were flabbergasted, like, how can you fuck up the simpler test but score really well on the advanced test? That you weren't supposed to do that great. And I'm like, I don't know, it's always been like this for me. During the therapy, I found out that there is a function of stress that kinda, when I'm doing some simpler things, it blocks some information in my hand. Ghost says, wanna implement infinite road for bicycle? What is the easiest way? How do you think? Just infinite plane. I have idea about teleporting player like an old games devs did, but probably there is a better way to generate road and destroy object behind. Let's see. It depends what kind of gameplay are you creating. If you are creating like the whole landscape that the player can navigate on, or is it just a simple road going through landscape and you just want to infinitely go on this road, right? So you always are going along the road and you cannot, for example, start. Ghost says, riding bicycle in one direction without navigation. Okay. So it's kind of like endless runner situation, right? Endless runner scenario. I did a couple of endless runners, and once again, the question is, are you trying to like replicate semi-realistic or maybe realistic physics of bicycle? Because if not, then you could do the old school implementation, of course, that, yeah, you are, I would probably create tiles of road. Lots of tiles, right? So they can be varied, and spawn them in front of the player and destroying them, of course, behind the player. They would have physics collision if that is needed. I don't know if your bike is just driving on velocity and not really colliding with the ground. How far along with the physics, how realistic of physics simulation are we talking about? Then such arcade approach, super old school, would be great. But if you are doing quasi-realistic physics, you are taking drag, for example, into the account. You can jump on the bicycle, etc. Would I do things differently, actually, now thinking about that? No, I think still that would be a good way of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I think spawning tiles of land in front of me might be a good approach. Is it possible to use PCG to generate something like this? Let me think. I mean, we are talking only about spawning tiles, so realistically it might just be a static mesh and might not be an actor. So yeah, you could use PCG for that. Yeah, you could use PCG for that. The way I would do it with PCG, like just thinking on the fly right now, is I would have this PCG volume with the generation set to be on demand, right? So it only starts generating when you're asking for it. And there's another thing, like, are you driving forward constantly, or is your bicycle in place and we are moving everything around? But let's say, for example, the bicycle is the thing that is moving forward, right? So I would hook up those PCG volumes or volume to the player, and when I'll be driving along the way far into the distance, I would be constantly trying to spawn every now and then. The frequency of spawning depends on, for example, velocity of the bike, right? When you're driving slow, you don't need to spawn that often in front of you because you will be driving slower, right? So you won't reach the end point too quick. And if you're driving faster, basically I would be covering it by distance. Oh, I reached the distance in which I have the threshold distance that I need to cross from the previous generation to generate some land in front of me, tiles, spawn just some tiles, static meshes or actors or whatever. That's when I would spawn it. And I would probably there's another way of doing that. Instead of having volume constantly hooked up to the player and moving forward with you, you could just spawn the whole volume in front of you. It generates the road, and when you go through it and go far away, it could automatically disappear. If its distance is too big from the player, you could use significance manager for that, and it will take care of destroying objects for you, right? So for example, every, I don't know, 15,000 of units, I would spawn from the actor the PCG volume. The PCG volume itself will trigger the generation of the road ahead. After you pass, you know, this volume and it's behind you, you can just delete the whole PCG volume and it will take care of cleaning up. Yeah, you could experiment with PCG for that. Especially as it would give you the advantage of spawning more details than you would be able to just from the blueprints, right? Like some trees, etc., etc. You could experiment way more with it. Just from the perspective, from my experience, I can tell you that spawning tricks with physics takes a lot of time. So for example, lots of the cosmetic visuals that you could have on level and your player don't interact with, turn off the collision for that from the get-go. NCB of all Gaia says, returning viewer jump scare. I was expecting you, man. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you. How is your day going? Okay, so I discovered here that for some reason the scale is always 50 times too big. I don't really know why. I will be dissecting this because it seems like a mathematical blunder on my part, error. Some simple shit. So probably I just need to take, you know, like a moment off, come back to it and be like, of course. Ghost says, thanks. No problem, man, no problem. NCB of Volgaia, as an answer to my question, says, it's going. Oh, okay. It's going. I hope it's going at least alright. Okay, so I want to multiply this. Create attribute. I want to scale it down 50 times. And let's see if magically it will fix things. So, NCB of Volgaia says, I have been trying to put multiplayer on my game and I realized it was simply a debug message that didn't mean anything. Wait, I said it wrong, sorry. Okay, no problem. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. So instead of like turning on multiplayer replication of something, it was just a debug message. Okay, I get you. And something is not right in here. Yeah, I could specify what I want. I want to scale this shit. Now it should work. And yeah, I have this coloring. Woo! On the landscape. NCB of Volgaia says, I was trying to put multiplayer on my game, but there was an error that had been bugging me a lot that did not do anything, but it pissed me off so much I wanted fixed even if it didn't do anything. Okay, yeah, I get you. I also sometimes during my day job have those moments where, okay, things are working out, but there is a debug message showing up that something is not set up right, but I'm playing it and it is working. What the hell is going on? And then I spent 4 hours just trying to make sure that this debug message doesn't pop up, right? And from my experience, usually when the debug message pops up, 80% of the time, it is of course approximation of mine, it means something and probably it will explode year later in a shipping build for someone who plays it. So similarly to you, when I see such thing, I'm like, okay, I need to fix that because it is bugging me. There is something problematic here. I need to fix that. It will for sure explode at some point. Or I will merge to a new engine and shit will break completely. So fingers crossed that you'll be able to, you know, fix that message error. Fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. Okay, so I have that. What will happen if I will hook up everything? Will I have this beautiful splash of stuff? Kinda. Now that is something that I could right now put as a parameter, so I could artificially extend the radius of this so it will actually not create, as you can see, those empty spaces between my brushes. But it's already getting better. And right now I'm thinking, this is actor, right? Can I override its material from here? Or is it something that I can only do for static meshes. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out here. Because in here, if I select some mesh entry, I can overwrite material in here. And I could go like overrides, material. Oh. I think I can create like a parameter, put it into overrides, and if it is named the same, I think I would be able to overwrite material from PCG parameter, and that way I would be able to choose colors for given biome right out of here if it was meshes. But I'm wondering, when I have a brush actor and I select here the virtual texture for it, could I select it for just the mesh? And will it work? No, it is a property of an actor. Okay, so that goes out the window. But it would be lovely. Yeah, wait, spawn actor property overrides. Property target. Provide an object property name to be overridden. Have a property A on your object, use A as the property target. For example, if you want to override is it their only flag, find it in this file, copy internal name and paste it as that property target. If you have a component property such as static mesh stand component, use static mesh component dot static mesh. Oh, that is intriguing to say the least. Okay, so I have my mesh component, right? Wait, how did they specify that once again? Static mesh component dot static mesh. So for example, just as an example, when I have a static mesh component dot materials element 0, damn, I'm not sure if I could access that. I could access this, but I'm not sure if I could access element 0. Because that thing is being changed depending on the cube, but shit, no, it doesn't look like I could. So I would have to prepare like 6 meshes with 6 material instances, and that's the way I would choose colors. I don't really like it. But what if in construction script I took this and set material and first let's see if I could make it work like this, right? And let's call this test material. It's not an event. What the hell did I click? Here, test material. Let's see. Material. Yeah, sure. But okay. Let's go in here, brush spot. This is biome color. Yes, let's create material instance mi desert. And now let's change this biome color into actual deserty looking thing. Okay. And just to make it more visible, let's use the exact same color in here. So when I will be editing things that will be writing into RVT, yeah, I will be seeing the change. Now, let's test it out, because then I could just send soft paths to PCG of my material. So the material change will be happening post-spawn on construction script. Let's see if it will even work out. Right? Create the array out of that. Yeah, sure. Can you even run it in the construction script? Yeah, sure. So now let's use that material instance, and why not me desert. What's going on? Should I type in material instance? Yes, material instance, of course. Yeah, change variable type. I don't care about that. Mi desert, and I cannot type mi. I am such a dumbo that I cannot put in my material in here. What the hell is going on? What am I? Of course, because I forgot material interface. You need to put in material interface. How could I forget this stuff? Great. Can I now put mi desert? Yes, I can. And let's test the theory. Let's test the theory. It compiled. So brush actor should change its material after being spawned. Spawned actor property override. Sure. Right now we will turn that off. Yes, it works. I can set up such a workflow that we will be selecting material instances from here. Or maybe even colors. Nah, I'd rather use material instances because it's just, right now I have color, but I would love to hook up like explicit desert material that does some material functions, etc, etc. But it's going on, man. It's going on. It's going great at this moment. It is going great. So, that I don't need. There's some obsolete shit. Output cannot be deleted, but whatever. So I'll put it near the input, if I would ever need that. But yeah, I love this. So now, on my main actor that I have to open up once again because I closed it, I should be able to create a variable called desert landscape material instance. Material material interface. Can I learn how to type material interface? Thank you. Object reference, sure. Let's make it public. Let's compile it, yes. Here we will choose mi desert. Let's create mi default just to know. And let's hook it up in here. And at first, I just want to be able to pass that as a variable. Yeah, okay, so here I have to get actor property. And my actor property is the name of that stuff. So, property name. You should have it, right? You have it. Now, spawned actor property override. Exactly that. And my brush actor will change the name of that to biome material. Blah 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 blah. And then I am happy this is coming along. This is coming along. I'm happy because it's kind of like a shonen anime arc or superhero arc or whatever. Story arc. Last stream I was defeated by everything basically. By RVT and render targets, etc. Today's stream it's looking up. It's the way I was wanting it to be. Okay, so this is biomaterial. And input source. I need to create attribute, new attribute completely, kind of like I did in the big stuff. So add attribute. Add attribute, but the name would be biomaterial soft path. And it will be a soft object path, right? Do I have such? Yes, I have. Biomaterial soft path. This will also be named biomaterial soft path, and I need to change it into soft path. From what I remember, I might not be correct 100% on this, but and now I should but I have desert. Holy shit, that's not correct. Okay, but we are, yeah, because right now in the PCG that is supposed to be generic, I am inputting explicit information about desert, but I'm doing test if such workflow is even possible. So let's do that, right? Okay, so now okay, I want to just not break free, but I want to set the attribute for all these points. So once again, how do you set the attributes? Because there is like a set here, right? And I want to input source. Actually, I want the output source to be biomaterial soft path, right? Right. Oh, it creates this soft path. Great. And this won't work because from pin A is not what? How about now? This is some weird shit. I cannot set. So how can I put the value of the biomaterial soft path on my guy? I kind of forgot how you do that. So let's get here, because I think I was doing add attribute. Soft object path, okay. Aha, so I was just doing that. I'm a Dumbo. I can just put it in here. That's great. Okay, I have this, and now I have to, from what I understand, put input source, this. It should resolve the problem, but it didn't. Object override for object property biomaterial is invalid or unsupported. Check the attribute or property selection. Error. Failed to initialize biomaterial self-path for property biomaterial on object BP brush actor. Okay, let me. But these are of. Okay. How about now? I think I crashed Unreal. No, I didn't. At least not yet. Now here, it also must be a soft class version of it. Change variable type, not a problem. Yeah, I know it won't work. I need to load asset blocking. And that's when I can put it. And yeah, sure. Now error should show up in here. Great. I have to be cast to material interface. And now I can finally connect this. Yeah, right now I am using a soft path, which means this material won't be loaded in until explicitly loaded. I need to cast it into material interface because load assets blocking node always inputs an object as an object, not of any specific type. And you have to cast it on your own. And that's where it works. And let's see right now if I compile it, etc. It still tells me that no, it fails, etc. Failed to initialize override biomaterial self-pass for property biomaterial on object. Okay, let's disconnect or delete it. And spawned actor property override once again. Okay. And now once again from brush actor biomaterial. In here, and let's try to put it in here. It accepted it. It fucking accepted it. I just needed to delete the node to force it to reload the whole cache and everything. And now it works exactly how I wanted it to because it's default. And now I should be able to choose mi desert in here. We got this! We got this workflow! Woo! So now we can select which PCG spawns desert mountains, desert highlands, desert plains, and then we can select, hey, desert landscape material is this. We got this. Exactly. So now we need to create an input here in order to put it over the finish line. The label will be material, brush material, soft object path. Allow types, not point, not no attribute set. And now this gets disconnected. I hope this won't crash, so maybe I will click pause regeneration in here. Barabas, nice. Hi Barabas. Were you watching the whole stream or did you just join? Because I've managed to spawn some brushes of color for my desert. And figuring out the workflow, how I can do it easier. Now let's turn this node into being generic back again. Let's cut out this node and put it in here. And shit should stay the same. Yep. And now when I click here, change once again into MI default brush, it should change into this MI desert. Nice. Barabas, no, I just joined. Hello there, hello there. So basically, I don't know if you have been on this stream or not, where I was creating this temperature and height based spawning. The middle of this whole shit, the green arrow, the y-axis is the equator. I'm calculating temperature up north and up south. Depending on the temperature and the height, I'm spawning different things like deserts, rainforest, highland, moderate climate, and regular moderate climate, etc., etc. And it was all nice and dandy. I could just click on this stuff and decide what is being spawned where and how it is being spawned. But it still looked ass because the landscape was just gray. So I figured out the way to use runtime virtual textures and PCG and create a workflow as such that I will be able to just output for artists here material instances. So the desert actually will have desert ground. Tropical forest will have tropical ground, etc., etc. So it will not look like ass. How much time do I have of the stream? 15 minutes. I think I can make it. Let's turn this into desert plains landscape material. And because I changed the name, I also need to change it in my graph. Barabas says, damn, looks nice. I wonder if it would work on a planet-shaped map. Yeah, there's no reason why to. I would have to change. Can I refresh this node? What if I enable and really do I have to just go like this? Wonderful PCG, experimental. Okay, because right now I am just taking landscape data from the landscape. If your planet is being created from landscape via some plugin, then this will suffice. And if not, you would just have to probably write your own custom node for that. Maybe that if you have a planet, you'll be able to trace whole surface of it, create a bunch of points, and then the rest of the logic will work almost the same. No, I would have to adjust this PCG in order to make it work on a planet-shaped map, because right now I'm just taking the assumption that y-axis is and something broke. Okay, let's not panic. Y-axis is just an equator. I would have to add some additional data just from tracing to establish what is its distance to equator on the planet. But it doesn't seem like it wouldn't be 15 minutes of work, but it doesn't seem like months of work. It's more like, okay, you sit down for one day and try to figure that shit out and you're done. Okay, something broke here, I think. Am I desert? No, it didn't. Great. I can clean the whole map for a second just to save it. And let me generate once again. Okay, just to finish off these touches, I need to create 9 variables. 3 for desert, 3 for rainforest, 3 for moderate, 3 for subpolars. Let's do this. It will be lots of clicking. So right now it is more boring part of the thing. We can talk more. Marabash, how is your Sunday going? What hour did you wake up today? For me, it was 7:45. Seven a.m. of course. How is it for you? Hey, duplicate. Thank you, and not call it 0. Desert mountains. And let's reorder it. At 11 a.m. you woke up. Nice, nice. Were you playing last night long, or partying, or something else? Barabar says, Sunday is going very slowly, just like your general chat. You know, it is what it is. Sundays are made to be slow. Dexterowski, hi man. Hi. Yo, is it a fat stream you talked about? Fat stream. Yeah, fat stream was an idea that I had like when I was still didn't have established correct streaming schedule, and I was streaming on weekdays and I could only stream for 2 hours. And from time to time I was streaming on Sunday for 4 hours, but right now for a couple of streams I turned Sunday fat streams into regular streams. So I stream every Sunday for 4 hours because it is better overall. I get to stream more regularly, longer. So that's better. It's good to have you here, man. Barabar says, nah, just doom scrolling mostly. Ah, okay, I get you. Dexterowski, how is your day going? Are you resting today or working? And Barabash, what are your plans for today? Doom scrolling whole day, or maybe something else? Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted rain, forest, mountains, landscape material. Yeah, so I managed to right now have all those biomes spawned based on temperature and height, and now I've managed to create a workflow to color the landscape depending on the biome we are in. I feel so happy. I wasn't sure if it is possible, so I'm super happy that it turns out to be possible. Baraba says, time will tell. So you're spontaneous today. I mean, you're spontaneous always, from what I know about you. Rainforest, highlands, landscape material. Correct? Now, lots of clicking through right now variables just to be able to select things in an easier manner and iterate in an easier manner. Rainforest plains. Now, moderate mountains. Moderate mountains. Baraba says, I've been meaning to work on my Unreal Engine project, but for that I should learn how to make animations, and it's defeating me for now. I've been thinking about this stuff as well, that shit, I would love to learn how to create animations, and it seems like the whole workflow to learn. And to that, I'll tell you, for prototypes right now, I would be using, and I probably will be using on these streams, control rig and animating inside of the Unreal. That way you don't have to learn the whole pipeline of going from Blender, animating in Blender, skinning in Blender, etc. If you have assets that already have like skeletons, etc., just put them in Unreal, create control rig for them. The basic control rig for humanoids should be created out of the box, and you can just get to animating inside the engine. The whole Lego Fortnite has been animated inside of the Unreal Engine. So that might be a less daunting task than learning whole animation pipeline outside of Unreal. Dexterowski says, nice! I hope in next Sunday I could watch from the beginning and stay for more time, because today is the day and the same as week ago. I am at work, but now I have a short break. Oh, okay, no problem. No problemo, man. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. And I know that you will be watching VOD, so I'm super happy. I'm super happy about that. And fingers crossed for, you know, having a good day at work, man. Okay, so clicking. So I can finish this stream with the bang of showing all the landscape beautifully colored in. Moderate mountains I have. Highlands. Barabashba, I also have a question for you. When it comes to those animations, why do you need to know animations right now? Are you that far along in your project that, okay, gameplay mechanics are working, let's animate this stuff or something? I'm curious. If you're that far along, kudos. Heads off to you if I had a head. I have this, I have moderate, and I don't even have graphs for subpolar, so fuck subpolar. I won't be doing that for now. Let's compile. It will take a little bit of time. Thank you. All of them should have default brush set. Great. And now let's get into this. Let's create, let's change the name to MI Desert Plains, not Plains. Plains. Now Desert Highlands. They should be even more grayish, in my opinion. And now let's create Desert Mountains. Desert Mountains. I swear to God, my English is so funny that every time I say the single word, I speak it with different accent. It's like a random button going on. And Desert Mountains will be this color. Hell yeah. And let me hook it up to the big graph quickly. Can I just use these points? Do I even output any points? Let me check that. No, I don't output any points. Fuck. Ah yeah, because it is just a subgraph. Okay, so I do have to go like this. Okay, Highlands. Let's put in Highlands. But let's change things around, because right now we will be taking actually desert. Why did I name desert height instead of desert highlands? What did I have in mind? Highlands. I'm a dumb motherfucker sometimes. Okay, and put it in here. Lots of clicking through to make it easier, but it will be good in the end. I will comment on that this is landscape coloring in a second. But now another one, and this. We already have it for plains. Okay. This is for highlands, and this will be for mountains. Let's color this shit. Did I hook it up correctly? Highlands, plains, right. And it will be that. Lots of clicking through with those params. I hope Epic will one day make it a little bit easier. Barabar said, I wanted to do it in Unreal Engine, but I couldn't find motivation to sit on it for real. Okay. Dexterovsky then says to Barabash, maybe record with a phone some reference as a good start. Then when you will have it, just animate it. I know it is not simple as it sounds, but you know, progress is important in doing things. Yeah. Dexterovsky is right. If you would just record a couple of references or find some online or whatever, then you will have made small progress towards your goal. That might create some motivation that, okay, I have references, so might as well sit down to it and start figuring out the control rig, right? And how to animate with it in Unreal. That is a really good advice here from Dexterovsky to Barabash and to all of y'all. If you are struggling and you kind of don't want to sit down to technology doing this stuff, maybe gather some references here and there. This might motivate you. Where's my oh, here it is. My small medicine, because of course last week I was also sick, but not sick enough to not stream. Okay, so I have that set up, and I think we're good. Lots of additional pink points should show up on map. Yep, they did. So now I only need to click on my big actor, and now for desert mountains, select MI desert mountains. Yeah, something small appeared here. And MI Desert Highlands. These should change. Yep, and they did change. Now only work on blending between those points and we will have the whole desert biome covered. Now let's do the same stuff for rainforest right now. Dexterovsky, but sick enough to get a sick leaf? Yeah, kinda. kinda right. But you know, it kind of sucks about being sick when you're an adult. At least in my case, that's how it is. When I was sick as a kid, it was the best of times because I could just stick around at home, play video games, play with my toys, watch TV all day because you have this youthful energy. Right now, when I'm an adult, shit, all of my muscles hurt, my bones hurt, my joints hurt. I'm, you know, laying on the bed and I'm thinking, I barely have strength to get up, take medicine and go pee, right? So that sucks. I hate being sick that way. And I was doing rainforest, mountains here. Yeah, it should also be like this, but I want to symbolically color it in a dark green. It doesn't make sense. Mountains in the rainforest biome should be more rocky, but I just want to show symbolically how it could be set up. I might prettify it later. Maybe I'll ask one of my artist friends to give me feedback of how I could make it prettier because I'm not an artist. Highlands, and this should be maybe a little bit more like this, and rainforest plains should be super green. O nie, znowu jestem w dupie. Yeah, let's make them like this. I fuckingly green. That's not a word, but but whatever. I already have this set up, so right now I only need to copy those names. I can just copy rainforest part, because what I will be doing here is I should just copy that. These are rainforest points. Put it here. Once again, copy the name. Rainforest. Barabasz answers to Dexterowski. Oh yeah, I've been thinking about something like this, but today I can use camera to make my own animations. I found this tool for this, but haven't tested it yet. Oh! Could you maybe like paste the link here? Like you just do something, it creates the animation asset via AI or something? Not like motion matching, motion capture, but actually creating animation? That's wild. Please post a link to this. Rainforest mountains, yes. Rainforest highlands. Hell yeah. Let's group it a little bit better. Let's group this better. Let's group this better. Okay, and now mountain points go in here. Rainforest, highlands and plains. Save that shit, and BP temperature, let's right now use that. MI rainforest mountains, great. Highlands, MI rain forest highlands, yay. And MI rain forest plains. Compile it. Save it here. Wait, what the hell is your problem? Try to initialize object override for What the hell? But it was working here. Did I put in wrong? What? Did I put wrong names in here? What the hell? Of course I put the wrong names in here. Of course, I was trying to be smart, but it turns out I was dumb all along. Exactly what you said. Oh shit, something is blocking the URL. Oh no. It's visible on YouTube chat. Okay, let me quickly turn on the go to YouTube. Maybe I can copy and paste it if I can see it. I don't really have it. I don't see your link, but what is the name of this thing? Maybe I can quickly Google it and, you know, paste it here for future reference. Because I don't see it in my YouTube chat. And I'm not sure how I can turn on all this auto moderator stuff. What the? But I pasted it correctly right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Ah, it's this stupid bug that I have to repaste it, reconnect it. The same with this. Oh my god, it's so stupid. I love doing shit like this. Just a little PCG tidbit. If warning doesn't go away, even if you fix your error, just cut and paste this whole thing. Is it colored green or what? It is colored green. Hell yeah. Rococo, products vision. Oh yeah, nice with the dots. Good idea. Good idea with the dots. This thing is available for free for videos up to 15 seconds. Nice. I will have to check that out. It seems like a really good tool. Okay, I should be finishing the stream, but I'm so close to getting like a nice picture in here for the temperate or moderate climate biomes, blah blah blah, whatever, blah blah blah. So let me quickly go like this. Of course, when going quickly I will make a lot of errors, but who the fuck cares? Not me. Let's hook it up quickly. Hook it up quickly. Thanks Barabash for the link and for that. It seems like an awesome tool. Okay. Now let's quickly do this and get a nice picture. I could actually be smarter and put two windows next to each other. Yeah. To copy last two names. I figured out the workflow improvement only in the last second. That's smart of me. Who cares? Who cares? Once again, we are all human. We are all dumb. And And the last one, moderate planes. And I didn't correctly pasted this stuff in. What the hell? Thank you. Baraba says, you've all inspired me and I'm checking it out right now. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, bro! Great! That's why we all do it, right? Just to get inspired to do our own shit. Okay, so now I should get a lot of pink coloring in my moderate climate. So let's create new material instances. Moderate mountains. That I want to be a little bit more green brownish. Is there such a color like this? Yeah, maybe. What is this color? Or maybe something like this. Yeah, that works for me. Now, moderate highlands. Yeah, something like this. I don't know too much about colors. Am I moderate highlands, moderate plains? Great. And I want to edit moderate plains right from the get-go. Also make it super green, but more like this. And now moderate mountains should instantly color itself. Yeah. Am I moderate highlands should instantly color. Yeah. And am I moderate plains should instantly color itself as well. Yep. There's disturbing lack of color in here. I'm not sure why. There is something to troubleshoot. It works in here, it doesn't work in here. What the hell? I don't get it. And now maybe to blur that stuff a little, smear this, etc. I should... Yeah, let's compile that. Let's blur it globally by changing things in here. Transform scale. Can I only scale? No. Transform points. Let's do that. And maybe let's scale it like 3 times. Already better. Barabar says, haha, it works, but it's definitely not ideal. Oh, you're talking about the tool or what I did? Because yeah, it's not ideal, but at least right now... Ah, you're talking about the tool, okay. But right now, at least I can tell you, yeah, here it is a desert area, here it is like foresty, here is once again something moderate, etc. So at least we can see some colors. Here, I don't know why there's no colors in there. That's something to debug for the next stream. Barabar says, but it's something to start. There's an editor to tweak the results. That's great. What kind of animation did you do as a first test? I am wondering. Yeah, when you get closer, the shadow gets also used in that, so there's probably something to work out. But in general, as an idea, it looks like there is something in there. You could probably make a PCG workflow as such that you would be coloring the landscape along with the biomes that you are spawning. There's something to do with the shadows, that they are super dark on this thing, making it look like there is no color. So there's something to work out. And artistically it's not pretty, but whatever. And I have some bug that there are no points in the southern hemisphere, because here it works as I wanted it to, and the colors are blending, etc, etc. It looks like I spray painted this landscape with the Windows 95 paint spray tool. Yeah. Barabar says, about the tool, your work is great. Ah, and he sent a heart thingy, emoji, or ASCII. What I needed for my project, sitting on a couch from standing position. Ah, okay. Barabash asks, about your project, are you gonna add some way to detect body of waters and include them in biome generation? I've been thinking about that, but I've been thinking about what if the water was being placed already on the level and I will detect the distance to the body of water, and I could include another layer of differentiation. So you might have, for example, moderate climate in the plains, far from water, close to water. Yeah, those two differentiations. So you could have more water-based moderate plains plants and far from water. But I realized that it might not be the coolest way, so I have to think about water, because right now I'm thinking, okay, if I'm spawning biomes that way and I'm coloring landscape like this, I should probably create some additional generation rule to spawn water. There is a water plugin in here. I wonder how it works. There is also one water plugin from Christian Komisarek that is also cool. And I was thinking about, but I don't have like an idea what kind of simple enough rule I would use to test out if this is a workflow that could be done. And yeah, that is something to consider. And if I will be attempting water plugins at stream, I'll be getting back to this exact project and thinking, okay, I know how to use those water plugins. How about spawning it depending on some rules? Probably the rules will be temperature and also the height, but actually being in the, in the depression height. It's not height anymore, but below the sea level. That's where probably the water would gather, right? I wouldn't do like the realistic simulation of, yeah, here's the mountain, here's how the water would be, going down from the mountain, etc. But there is something to, consider. But Abash asks, what about spawning underwater plants? Yeah, then it would work automatically, because I would be able to detect where water is and how deep the water sink is. And depending on that, I could spawn water plants. Basically, I'm kind of showing you that, hey, with PCG you can create such a quasi-realistic rule set, and based on those rule sets you could spawn a lot of stuff. Not only meshes, but you could color landscape. If you are a technical artist or material artist, you could probably do a lot of damage with that stuff. If I was working with artists or a technical artist, we could, right now that would be it would be a good point to show the tool to the artist and ask them, okay, this is the general way of working with this. What kind of specific variables or tools do you need more in order to tweak it in the way that you're supposed to? Because, for example, right now, this green color is coloring too much of the deserty area. So I probably should maybe scale it only by 1.5. Or maybe just don't use the circle as a base for coloring. Maybe some other pattern. Now it's getting more deserty. How about 1.1? What the hell? Yeah, and we got these things once again. So let's leave it at 1.5. Okay. For some reason these points aren't spawning, or their color is no, it's their color. Their color is that weird. Okay, it is colored, but the color is practically the same as this. Huh. It's kind of funny that I chose such bad colors. I think. Oh no, it's just a bug, because I have the same things here and they are showing up. Okay, so it's just a bug that I would have to debug. But yeah, you can create rules for underwater and create such a PCG with such materials that you can spawn it on any landscape and it will populate it and color it, etc. Seems like a cool experimental workflow. Alright, that's it for me, guys. I went already 20 minutes more than I wanted to, and I got some further things that I need to do today. So without further ado for today, haha, wordplay, blah blah blah. Okay, that was terrible. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good rest of the day, that you will be happy, and see